As a reminder, I ask all members to keep themselves muted when they are not being recognized. This will minimize disturbances while members are asking questions of our witnesses. The staff have been instructed to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members are also reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. If you are participating today, please keep your camera on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. If members wish to be recognized during the hearing, please identify yourself by name to facilitate recognition. I would also ask members to be patient as the chair proceeds, given the nature of conducting committee business virtually. And so now I will yield to myself 5 minutes for an opening statement. 4 minutes for an opening statement. This hearing is entitled Justice for All, Achieving Racial Equity Through Fair Access to Housing and Financial Services. Today, we're here to discuss steps that this committee can take to create justice and achieve racial equity through access to fair housing and financial services. But for us to even begin this discussion, against people of color, from the enslavement of people of African descent to the displacement and subjugation of Native people, to the internment of Japanese Americans, to the exploitation and mistreatment of immigrants and migrant workers, to name some examples. And no matter where you are and who you are in America or around the world, institutional racism based on skin color creates barriers that impact social and economic outcomes. It is an unfortunate Members of the committee are putting forth legislation that taken together would make our housing and financial systems fairer and more equitable, including by providing down payment assistance for first-generation home buyers, strengthening minority lending institutions, and requiring diverse candidate slates for senior positions. I look forward to discussing these and other measures today. And I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Waters. And let me begin by being very clear. Racism is real. Race rise. This isn't theoretical. This is real, tangible improvement. Let me be clear. This does not mean that every family benefited from these improvements, but the pre-pandemic data shows that there is significant improvement for communities of color and all communities. Now, a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic has erased many of these gains for millions of Americans. The question is, how do we help those most in need? In the short term, it's getting Americans safely back to work, kids back to the classroom, and targeted COVID relief to the families that need it. It's not helicopter money. It's not pushing out a Biden stimulus package, which only 9% goes to defeating the virus. Now we have Democrats working on their next $1 trillion package. These things are not how we should address the problem. We need to first understand the problem and work for solutions to fix it. As we exit the pandemic, we should look for long-term solutions to get Americans back to the prosperity they felt before COVID. It wasn't unlimited stimulus that brought us the best economy of our lifetimes. It was full employment. It was rising wages. It was freedom to choose what was best for your family. It was our economic system. Actually, the same economic system that many Democrats are saying is so irredeemable today. You don't get rid of the car when your engine light comes on, check engine light comes on. You try to fix the problem. That's what we need to do today, is to understand the nature of the problem, where do more listening than speaking, a lot more learning when we're open to hearing about the nature of the problem and the potential solutions. So, Madam Chair, I look forward to this, the discussion today, and I thank you for holding today's hearing, and I thank the witnesses for taking time out of their busy schedules to help make Congress better policymakers. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, Ms. Beatty, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, for tackling racism in housing and financial services. We must do all we can to ensure that women and people of color have equitable access to home ownership and financial service products and services. Also, thank you for your leadership ensuring that $25 billion in housing is included in today's American Rescue Plan. The statistics and research show us that we must continue to challenge financial institutions to provide more access to capital to minority and women-owned businesses. The future of the United States economy
Thank
depends
you,
on
Madam
the full
Chairwoman. As the
economic
ranking member
inclusion
of the
of all
Subcommittee on
Americans.
Diversity and
Diversity,
Inclusion,
equity, and
Chairwoman
inclusion.
Beatty and I have spent the past 2 years on this committee seeking to ensure that low-income families have access to the formal banking system so that they can support their families by saving and investing. As childcare and higher education costs skyrocket above the rate of inflation, home prices become far more expensive than even 2 decades ago, and interest rates fall. We must partner together to address these challenges, lower costs, and help families thrive. Access to safe and affordable financial services is critical, especially among and investing. Whether they are looking to invest in education, start a business, or simply to manage the ups and downs of life. I thank you for this hearing. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome today's distinguished witnesses to the committee. First, Nikitra
understood algorithm-based credit scores can and should be used rather than credit scores to help secure loans and promote access to capital. What do you see as the benefits, and what do you see as the pitfalls, if any? And that's for the whole panel.
Great. Thank you for the question. I would agree that character should be an important part. And for much of our nation's history, when homeownership opportunities were extended, that's how many white families had an opportunity to get into the mortgage system. Their credit and their character were determined to help really fund and make those determinations. Credit scoring is a really new phenomenon. It's part of our first kind of artificial intelligence that we like to think about, and it bakes in the history of discrimination. So another panel had a hearing, and one of the panelists there said something along the lines of that wealth begets wealth and a lack of wealth begets a lack of wealth. Well, our credit scoring systems actually mirror that. They factor
information to make decisions, because after all, we need these banks to be going concerns and making good investments and good loans. And so to the degree that they're, and again, running schools in the heart of the South Bronx, I know many local entrepreneurs that I would invest in, that the credit score would just be one piece of information, but that's the power of local decision making. So if that's what you're talking about, absolutely, that would be a good local bank that's having a generative impact in the local community.
Anyone else would like to respond?
If I just may get back at this point about education, I really need to stress that education has not served as the great equalizer. Unfortunately, as Mr. Robinson has pointed out, we know that Black students typically graduate with greater levels of debt, and that even after graduation, they see their debt loads increase. We also know that many white students get funding from their parents because of intergenerational wealth transfers to pay for their college education. And unfortunately, for many Black and Latino and Hispanic students, they actually end up having to support their families post-graduation. We also know broader societal discrimination means that these people are also going to be paid less, so that historically we've seen them not be able to accumulate the type
thank our panel for this good, candid, robust discussion of a super important aspect of our public policy responsibility at the House Financial Services Committee. I've learned a lot in this hearing, and again, thank the panel for their participation. Let me start by saying that everybody in our committee, Democrat, Republican, old, young, rejects racism, and we know our federal laws and our regulatory body, particularly since the 1960s and the Civil Rights Act forward, have done an outstanding job in creating a culture and a demand that people do not discriminate in financial services. And yet the problem is challenging and the problem can persist. So let's all agree that we're all working within our regulatory and legal system to root out discrimination in financial services. Let me also say, as someone who spent really the better part of my career in financial services since the 1970s, I have to say that banks and brokerage firms work very hard to fully comply with their moral obligation and their per se and de jure obligations under those laws. Of course, there are bad actors out there, and that's why we go after them legally and through all the efforts that we've talked about today. My friend, Mr. Lawson, talked about credit scoring, and I really enjoyed the character lending discussion. I have to say, in my 4 decades of community banking, character loans have become fewer for a person of any age, race, or sex. They've been essentially ground out of the system by regulation, essentially to eliminate them, to be perfectly candid. Getting started in business for any person, but due to consumer compliance rules, they're effectively have been eliminated. And on credit scoring, that's part of removing character from it or reducing it and really going to the math of credit scoring. I agree that that should be improved. I've had bills to expand the information available for a credit score, such as
I think that's a wise direction to create more choice within the public school system. College is not the mandated destination for every single student. And frankly, as a country, we have less than 40% of people with college degrees as it is. So it's just being practical to recognize that our curriculum, our school system should be designed to create choice for the graduates who get out, which means parents need choice the types of schools that they would like kids to attend.
Appreciate your response, and thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you.
and what we need to do today to address them?
Now, thank you very much for that question. That's absolutely right. All of us bring together the history of discrimination that all of us have suffered in disparate ways. But it's important to recognize that. I mentioned the fact that Japanese Americans' property, their businesses were taken away in World War II because of Japanese incarceration. I mentioned the exclusionary land laws that did not allow Asian Americans to own land. The fact that Asian Americans could not become citizens until around World War II in many parts also created a situation where we could not own land or even rent property at times. So that's part of the history, is that it's actually in many cases very recent history that we are combating. So that has an effect that we must remember. The other aspect I would want to mention is that just as Representative Huizenga talked about his learned experiences, his lived experiences as a realtor, which are valuable to this committee, all of our lived experiences as people of color is important for this committee to remember as we think about those policies. And then the last thing I would say is I appreciate Representative San Nicolas in lifting up to make sure that Asian American community is not invisible in all of this. The Pacific Islander community is not invisible, and also the Native American community. We have not talked at all about them yet. But with respect to financial services, with respect to housing, there are dramatic needs that should be addressed there that I would ask this committee to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. This year, 2021, marks the 500th year of colonialism on Guam, with Ferdinand Magellan planting his flag on March 6th of this month and making Guam a colony of Spain. And so, Ms. Gonzalez Brito, we are also brethren as people who can trace our lineage back from colonialism. Can you also speak towards these historical stains and the need for us to do what we can to make things right today?
Thank you so much for that question. I mean, we are the survivors of genocide and colonialism, and we carry that in our DNA, and both in the struggles that we wage today. And that's why I think when we think about land and displacement, that's the struggle that continues for generations and hundreds of years. I want to say something about what Representative Barr said earlier. Oh, I'm sorry, ahead of time.
I'm sorry, but time is over, and I have to get to Mr. Davidson, who's now recognized for 5 minutes, but thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you for recognizing me, and just thanks for holding the hearing. Obviously, a very important topic for our country, and Lord willing, our nation will at some point heal from the racism, and part of that it means acknowledging it, but the other part of it means taking a different course in policies. One of the things that seems common sense to me is that racism today isn't a way to heal past racism. So I think it's important that we look at the policies that we're talking about today and look at the disparity in race and address root causes. So, for a time in our country's history, obviously, race at our founding, race was supposed to be addressed after the Civil War, and Reconstruction failed. And that resulted in 100 years later, the Civil Rights Movement. We've come a long way. We still have a long way to go. And right now, it's not the official policy of the federal government, for example, to segregate in their housing policy. But we know we have disparate effects as a result of some of our policies. It clearly wasn't the official policy of the Payroll Protection Plan to slow walk
through, the teachers were good. This isn't a question that sort of testing or choice would have solved the problem. We had good teachers, we had good students. We just were massively under-resourced. And I got there. I hadn't been there since 1985. The building looked exactly the same. There had been no meaningful infrastructure investments in that building. And I tell you that story to get to my first question for you. So many of these structural inequities in housing are the result of a whole lot of local decisions. And so if you're if you're king and you got a magic wand and you got one, maybe two ideas, and realizing I'm about to ask you another question, what would be a good federal policy to put pressure on local jurisdictions to address some of the underlying causes of these inequities?
Well, you know, and I think my other colleagues might have something to add here, but I would say that it has to include real resources. It has to include evaluation and oversight, and then it has to include enforcement. To a statement that Mr. Rowe made a little bit earlier about Hank Aaron beating the record of Babe Ruth. Hank Aaron actually had to be used to evaluate the ways in which we think about what success looks like. We get to choose those, and we get to value diversity. Then we should.
Thank you so much, and I'm out of time. I yield back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses who've joined us today. Mr. Rowe, I especially want to thank you for all the work that you've put into your community to change the lives of countless young men. You're the Incentive Individual Agency to Achieve Upward Mobility report that you released really resonated with me. So I'm son of immigrants. My father immigrated here from Cuba in 1960. When he married my mother, I think they had $12 ownership and how you think a program like Increase Tested Baby Bonds program would improve home ownership for low-income individuals across the country, and how you would structure that program.
Sure. I'm particularly excited by means-tested baby bonds because I actually think it has the ability to attract bipartisan support. This type of legislation has been talked about in different ways. I know Senator Cory Booker is supportive of this and others. And back in 2004, 2003, when this legislation was considered, imagine if it had passed, you would have now all 18-year-olds in this country and successive 18-year-olds who would now have, based on the markets, probably somewhere between $50,000 to $70,000, where they could choose to pay for tuition, make a down payment on a home, or start a business. So that's good. In addition, it's a type of legislation that's inherently future-oriented, so that a young person knows that they'll actually have a nest egg down the road. That's something a lot of our low-income families don't have, and I think means-tested baby bonds could be a pathway there.
Thank you. And with my remaining 5 seconds, I'd like to challenge Mr. Caston to a breakdancing competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman.
10.
10. So what we heard more or less, 10s across the board. I would agree with you. And we're at a point in time where we're hearing when many of our schools across the country are still closed. And I have real concern about this. This is true in particular in Los Angeles Unified School District, one of our largest school districts in the country, where 80% of the students from the data I have in front of me live in poverty. Or I should say 80% live in poverty, 82% are Black and Hispanic, yet the schools are overwhelmingly closed for in-person learning. The vast majority of their students still face shutouts from their classroom, and they've been told to try to learn online and at home. And as we know, there's a lot of struggles, in particular for Black and Hispanic families under low-income families. This is difficult. And it shouldn't be as a surprise that as school closures have been found to disproportionately hurt kids in minority income backgrounds, like many of the students at LA Unified. And I worry about the lasting impact and effect that this is going to have on our students. There was a McKinsey study that's projected that school closures can increase the existing achievement gap by 10 to 20%. And I seek unanimous consent to submit this McKinsey study for the record. It's on.
Without
on mute, but I'm
objection.
guessing. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. The same article estimates that school closures increase the likelihood of folks dropping out by up to 9%. And as many of my colleagues have already mentioned, there's a strong relationship between low educational achievement and being unbanked. According to the FDIC, more than a fifth of those without a high school diploma are unbanked, compared to only 8.1% of high school graduates. And if we're concerned about unequal outcome for Black and Hispanic and lower income Americans, as I am, I think we really need to focus on education. And step one should be about reopening our schools. And the science on this is becoming more clear that we can safely reopen our schools. An article in the Journal of American Medalists, the American Medical Association, said that there's been little evidence that schools have contributed meaningfully to the increased community transmission. The same article noted that the preponderance of available evidence has been reassuring. The New England Journal of Medicine said safely reopening schools full-time for, in particular, elementary school children should be a national top priority. I think we need to get our kids back in the classroom. And I note that we are moments away from voting on a giant spending bill, a $1.9 trillion bill, where out of the funds going to education, only 5% are projected to be spent this year. 0% of those funds are tied to reopening our schools. And as we dive into what I think really is an incredibly important topic, I think it's disappointing that we're not spending more time focusing in on what's before us in the short term that's achievable as a policy opportunity to make sure that we're opening our schools, in particular for in our most challenged neighborhoods like Los Angeles. And so I wish I had more time, and I don't. I appreciate everybody's time here, and Ms. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to all of our witnesses, thank you for being here. But before I ask my prepared questions, I just want to make a quick comment. As a former educator of 40 years, a member of the Ed and Labor Committee, we've had a lot of talk today about the role in education plays in driving up upward economic mobility. But I believe that education does play an essential role. However, I think we need to be careful about how we discuss the issue. Yes, personal responsibility and hard work are important, but we can't ignore the structural and systemic barriers that exist. This committee cannot legislate personal responsibility, nor can this committee work to dismantle barriers to create opportunities for all. School choice is not a panacea for addressing racial equity and empowering low-income communities. Our public schools are the bedrock of our democracy, and they equitably serve all students. So we should be strengthening and fully, robustly funding our public schools that serve all students. We should be proper stewards of taxpayer funds. And that means that we've got to ensure that our public dollars are producing excellence for all students, and we should make sure that our public schools, which serve all students, are the best option for all students. And we also do have evidence that, or we do not have evidence that unaccountable charter schools produce better outcomes for students. I just wanted to add that, Madam Chair, but let me just, in my district of Charlotte, Mecklenburg, a local news outlet analyzed data from 2018 and 2019 in terms of home mortgage disclosures and found disturbing disparities in mortgage lending. Black individuals were being denied 2 and 3 times more than white applicants. And Madam Chair, I want to submit an article entitled "Largest Lenders Deny Home Loans for Black Applicants Up to 3 Times More Often Than Whites." I want to enter that into the record. Madam Chair, may I do that?
Without objection, so ordered.
Oh, thank you. And so here's my question. Can each of you share or recommend no more than 1 or 2 ways that Congress should act immediately to help address our persistent issues of lending discrimination? And what are some specific tools, processes, and policies or oversight that need to be implemented to truly level the playing field and empower borrowers of color and ensure fairness and root out discrimination in the lending process? That's to each of you.
I'd start by saying the use of special purpose credit programs. I know I keep going back to them, but they are a tool that really can ignite our economy. They allow lenders to really look at who it is they're serving and to figure out who it is that they're underserving, and then to create special programs to target those underserved communities. Again, the report showed that addressing discrimination, including in the housing market, will add trillions of dollars to our economy, thousands of jobs, and billions of dollars in local tax revenues, which actually strengthens the state of education in communities across the nation.
Great. Another comment? Anyone else?
If I can, I would require PPP loan data to collect race and ethnicity and gender. Right now, I think it's optional, and it just doesn't allow us to evaluate the program and where we're seeing potential discrimination. And on that point, 1071 data to move that along quicker with the CFPB to allow for that collection across the board for small business loans and to make that public. Thank you.
I would add accountability and transparency of data across the board, and then real accountability in terms of the rules when folks violate it, when institutions violate it. Right now, they can write it off. And then we should forgive student debt. Forgiving student debt would be a force multiplier for Black, Latinx, people of color in this country. It would be a racial justice win.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Back.
And I would support, as I've mentioned before, means-tested baby bonds immediately, because millions of low-income parents, one of the most important things that they're concerned about are how are their children going to have opportunities that they may not have had for themselves. And knowing that if I have a child, over time, they will be able to have, again, depending on the market, $50,000 to $70,000 of income that could be used for education, tuition, purchasing a home, starting a business. Those are the kinds of things that fundamentally change the dynamic for low-income families today.
Very briefly, to put a finer point of data to ensure that that data is disaggregated, so it includes the Asian American community and the different components of that.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time. Mr. Chair, you're back.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry. I also want to thank our witnesses for taking time to be with us today. Throughout the pandemic, we faced not only a coin shortage, but businesses were refusing increasingly to accept cash as a form of payment at an alarming rate, leaving many consumers unable to purchase necessities. Cashless policies disproportionately harm seniors, minorities, immigrants, low-income populations, and working-class communities. I believe that all consumers should have the freedom to choose to pay with cash at grocery stores, restaurants, businesses, or anywhere they choose. Last Congress, I, along with several other members of this committee, co-sponsored the Payment Choice Act introduced by Representative Payne, which would require merchants to accept cash. I believe this legislation is critical because parts of the country in both rural and urban areas are more dependent on a cash economy. Mr. Rowe, can you discuss the importance of access to a cash economy to the underbanked communities across the country?
Yeah, I mean, that's an example of an intervention that penalizes poverty. So I think the idea that you would restrict a business would restrict someone for the ability to actually engage in commerce, to desire to pay for the product because they have to pay in cash, is a policy that I would not support. That penalizes the poor in a way that pushes them back even more.
Thank you. In Tennessee's 6th Congressional District, which I represent, 12.9% of total occupied housing units are manufactured homes. Manufactured housing is the most affordable home ownership option available nationwide for minorities, underserved and low-income borrowers. According to the U.S. Census data, 90% of new homes under $75,000 are manufactured housing. Congress has passed legislation directing Housing and Urban Development to require localities to include manufactured housing as part of their comprehensive housing affordability strategies and community development plans. This legislation was also intended to increase the use of community development block grants and HUD home grant funds for manufactured housing, and to ensure manufactured housing is included in federally funded state and local affordable housing initiatives. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, do you agree that manufactured housing should be considered as communities develop strategies to address their affordable housing challenges?
Yes, thank you for that question. I do agree. I think it's an important part of fair housing and serves often rural communities. And so we should ensure that there aren't any local barriers to producing manufactured housing, and hope that this is something that can continue to be supported by the committee.
Thank you. For those that are unbanked, it can be difficult, if not impossible, to obtain a credit score, which can be used in employment decisions and, of course, to get a loan. Mr. Rowe, will including alternative data sources such as rent, utility, and cell phone payments into credit scoring models increase predictive value of underwriting for low-income and minority borrowers?
I'm not an expert on the issue, but I think that it would. And again, let me just reiterate that, you know, we obviously need policies that support people who are unbanked. But if one of the primary causal reasons that they're unbanked is that they're not graduating from high school or they're undereducated, let's stop focusing solely on the symptoms, which we need to, but spend more time being innovative. How do we get more low-income communities to be graduating not just high school, but having post-secondary success as well?
If I may jump in on that answer, I just want to just stress one point. We know that predatory products actually push people outside of the banking center and the banking system. And we need to make sure that the innovation that we're talking about is not the kind that really adds on excessive fees and have dangerous practices associated with them. We actually need sustainable, responsible, innovative products that actually adhere to our fair lending laws, but also to our state and our local consumer protection provisions, which are critical to helping communities keep their hard-earned savings and not being depleted of their wealth from abusive practices.
Thank you. I see that my time has expired and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for being here. And I think many of you have been talking about investing in people and having government to be about people. And I think that's critically important in this real conversation. And I'm looking forward to helping fund opening up schools safely. So I hope my colleagues that are being genuine about wanting to open up our schools will vote for this package on the House floor right now. I want all of you to know, in 2019, the home ownership rate of Black Americans dropped to its lowest level since the Fair Housing Law was enacted in 1968. Just remember that for one moment. Not only that, like firsthand in Michigan, we saw the more Black homeownership drop. We lost more Black homeownership than any other state in the country over the last 2 decades. And so when I see programs or policies like the Community Reinvestment Act, which was enacted in 1977 with the intent of ending redlining because the private sector continued to discriminate. It's clear, though, as we see these numbers in these rates, again, among many of our communities of color drop, that race-neutral CRA isn't fully, fulfilling its promise. So when commercial banks, or I call them for-profit banks, shut out Black and brown people from lending, they're not just closing the door on home ownership, they're actually closing the door on savings for our child's education, the opportunity to build a business, and the ability to truly be able to thrive with human dignity in our country. And so, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, I want to thank you so much for your courage to standing up and talking about the importance of public banking. And you testified about the importance of that. And so my question to you is, in tandem to really important CRA reforms, how would you see these proposals helping communities like mine progress towards homeownership and building wealth? This is for Ms. Gonzalez. Rita, she's still with us, Chairman?
She is.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can now.
Okay.
So the question is, I think Paulina, you talked really sincerely about the importance of public banking. And I wanted to talk about, even beyond homeownership, how can that really truly build wealth, and really give you some time to talk about that in length.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about here, and I appreciate the question, thank you so much, is the ability to do consumer banking, the ability to invest in communities in ways that banks have not done that. We're talking about, banks that are not in our communities and that have shown no interest in. We had to sue a bank for redlining in Los Angeles. They literally had a donut around communities of color. So they had branches all around except in our communities. And so that meant that they weren't investing in our communities. They weren't doing affordable housing in our communities. We had no opportunity to actually have be able to bank in those communities because we didn't see them. And so if you can do public banking through a local municipality, through the state, have a state public bank, then you have the government invested in the communities that they actually are responsible for, instead of a commercial bank that actually is only there for profit and doesn't see us as profitable. I sat at the table with a banker once who said to me, well, but we can't make money off Latinos, right? And so that's the situation that we're faced with, and that public banking and a government that actually is responsible and invested in us can begin to solve.
I've introduced the Restoring Communities Left Behind Act, and I would ask everybody on the panel, really take a look at this. This is about government taking the role, right, of really trying to reverse decades of discriminatory policy and turn home ownership from possibility to actual reality for so many of our communities. It's $5 billion, and Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur and I have been working on this, particularly because we know that the private sector is just not going to move towards that direction. We continue to see it in our communities in Toledo and communities in Detroit and in the surrounding neighborhoods. And so, Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, how will rehabbing, because part of this bill is also sustaining our current housing, and that's been a huge issue, as you know, in our communities. How will rehabbing existing housing and reinvesting in our communities empower the people that myself and many others on this committee represent, who traditionally face discrimination in the housing market?
What we're seeing in California, for instance, oh, sorry.
If she can, Chairman, if she can finish answering the question, I really would appreciate that.
What we're seeing in California is a real disinvestment in housing and having to compete with corporations, Wall Street corporations, for housing. So to have investment from a public bank to be able to rehab destabilized housing, to be able to invest in affordable housing that we can actually afford to live in, changes communities and allows us to compete then with corporations that have been destabilizing and pushing us out for quite some time now.
No, thank you so much.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to both the chair and the vice chair. And I thank our witnesses for being here. You know, we all say that diversity is our strength. So I'm glad we are talking about the need to recognize that strength and also promote it. We have to work to ensure and empower that minority communities are corrected from the injustices they have suffered in the financial system, in the housing market, et cetera. Mr. Robinson, I was really interested in what you wrote and what you said in your testimony. You pointed directly to discrimination that Black and Latinx business owners faced when trying to access PPP loans and other COVID relief. You said early on, you said that banks in some cases moved favored borrowers to the front of the line, disadvantaging small businesses of color. Can you be a little more specific on that? And then I'm going to ask you a follow-up to that question.
So a little more specific about that is that we heard and we saw in the data sort of widespread sort of ways in which even when Black and Latinx businesses had relationships with big banks where the money was moved through, they were sort of deprioritized, maybe for bank businesses that had longer relationships, maybe for businesses that had other types of relationships with that bank. What it essentially meant was that tax dollars flowed into communities, but then were not distributed in a way that had any equity baked in. So in essence, this was not about giving Black and Latinx businesses a leg up. What essentially happened was white businesses were being subsidized by Black and Latino communities, and Black and Latino communities were being left out. That was the result, and it all happened because of the design of a piece of legislation that moved money through institutions which from their very beginning have excluded us. Like I said earlier, it's not that Black and Latinos are less likely to get a loan from the bank, it's that banks are less likely to give loans to Latinos and Black folks. And as a result, we end up with the results we see.
Well, thank you for that. And I would ask if you have specific data on that. I know that this committee, as well as the oversight committees, would be very interested in that. I also have spoken with lenders who were very mindful of that. So I'm certain it wasn't all lenders, but I see what you're saying is built into the system.
I included in my testimony in the appendix some surveys and polling that we did that has some statistical significant data really highlighting the problems for Black and Latinx businesses in getting loans.
I wanted to thank you for that. I wanted to point out legislation that I introduced that I think would get at that, as well as other problems within the PPP program. I introduced and will reintroduce the Restore America's Main Street Act to provide unrestricted direct cash relief to the smallest of businesses through a small business rebate check. So not through an application process, and also not tethered to payroll. Direct liquidity to the smallest of borrowers. I'm wondering if you've had a chance to take a look at that legislation. Others have introduced similar pieces. There's another measure in the Senate. Mine is called Restore America's Main Street, direct cash liquidity. Have you had a chance to take a look at that? And wouldn't that kind of a measure, direct cash check, alleviate and make neutral the minority-owned businesses?
I haven't had a chance to look at the specific legislation. I look forward to it. I do know that getting to the smallest of businesses will be very important to dealing with the equity issues, especially given sort of the rates of sort of single sort of employee relationship that Black and Latinx women-owned businesses, which are some of the fastest growing businesses in our country, sort of how they're situated.
Terrific, thank you. And Ms. Bailey, if I could go to you, I thank you too for your testimony. I was taking a look at the numbers in Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. According to Black Knight's monthly mortgage monitor, as of January of this year, 71,000 homeowners in Pennsylvania were 90 plus days delinquent, compared to 1 year ago, 19,000 homeowners in Pennsylvania who were 90 plus days delinquent at the beginning, just prior to the pandemic. I'm wondering, with the current forbearance on foreclosures, what do you foresee in terms of, I'm worried about a very large foreclosure rate. I know my colleague, Ms. Presley, was talking and recalling the recession of 2008 and what that did to home ownership among people of color. So can you talk a little bit about what you see as the possibility of foreclosures coming sadly in our future?
Absolutely, and I have to share that the Homeownership Assistance Fund that this committee just supported for passage in the American Rescue Plan is going to go a great long way. That $10 billion that has been targeted to help address those exact types of potential foreclosures that may happen as a result of low-wage workers being pushed outside of the marketplace.
Super, thank you very much. I see my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've heard, before I get into my line of questioning, we've heard a little bit, a couple of myths, I think, advanced over the course of this hearing. And I wanted to dispense with them very quickly. First is this idea that education is the solution to a wealth gap. While I appreciate the emphasis on education, and it is something that is incredibly important, we know for a fact that that is not the solution to our wealth gap here in the United States. In fact, there's a Demos study that shows that white high school dropouts in the United States are wealthier on average than Black and Latino college graduates. And if any of my colleagues want to call any of that into question, I'm happy to submit that study to the record. But that's because what wealth in America is largely predicated on is generational wealth, housing, New Deal investments that created redlining policies that prevented Black, Native, Latino Americans from buying into this American dream that was created in part with public policy. And that injustice translated into a wealth gap that is inherited generation by generation. And so we cannot talk about education as a cure to Jim Crow when it's not Black, brown, Native people that need to be educated out of a wealth gap. Policy created this, policy needs to solve it. Now that brings me to a second point where Ms. Gonzalez Brito, earlier in this hearing, you were kind of jumped on the issue of postal banking. And there was a member that asked you, where has this been successful? Where has this been successful? Well, I have an example. How about the United States? Isn't that right, Ms. Gonzalez Brito? The United States had a successful postal banking system for about 50 years, didn't we? Oh, sorry, you're still muted. In fact, we had it until about 1966, correct? Yeah. And Correct. It was designed to help lower income people, small saving accounts, not people with tens and thousands of dollars at their disposal, but just a place to park your money where you're not going to get knocked with a $25 fee every month, right? That's right. In fact, it was so successful that the United States postal banking system, our public option in our postal banking system, took up about 10% of the consumer banking market at its peak. It was so popular among the American people of all parties. Isn't that right, Ms. Gonzalez? That's right. That's right, Congresswoman. So I'm Congresswoman. happy to submit some of that to the record as well if my colleagues need a little bit of studying in our history, our rich and beautiful history in postal banking in the United States. But I will move on to my question. I wanted to talk a little bit about how private equity groups are gobbling up our housing supply in the United States. So we can build as much as we want, but when they're gobbled up by the 1%, we still can't afford rent. People still can't buy their home. So I was wondering if you could just explain a little bit in the post-recession how we had people got wiped out in foreclosures, and then these corporate groups, like for example, Invitation Homes, which happens to be the country's largest rental homeowner, scoops up this supply in Black and Latino neighborhoods to translate that wealth gap inherited from redlining and translating it into our market today. So I'm sorry you only have a minute, but that's what we've got. Is that for me, Congresswoman? Yes, it is. Yeah. Thank you for that question. This is the corporate landlords that we're talking about. This is Wall Street that has gobbled up our homes and now owns our communities and doesn't allow first-time home buyers to come in. And so
Our good friends at Acre have put together a great report on this and have put together the amount of money that these companies, these corporations are now amassing to do the same thing during this pandemic. So the numbers look like this. Invitation Homes has put together a joint venture. They've amassed more than $1 billion for a house hunt that they're now going to be embarking on. And they have bought up more than $200 million of homes already per quarter since the pandemic started. So they are on it. And that real estate investment funds have amassed over $142 billion to spend on pandemic distressed real estate. Those are homes, those are small businesses that are family owned and that are going to be gone unless we do something about it. And what we can do is ensure that banks, if something is foreclosed upon, turn it over to community land trust, turn it over to affordable housing developers so that we keep those properties in community owned hands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member of the committee for convening this hearing. Financial equity is, of course, an urgent issue for communities like mine in Chicago. I represent a working class, predominantly Latino district. My parents moved to the neighborhood over 50 years ago. I'm still there in the barrio. This pandemic has been, of course, very hard on my community, but things weren't easy before. The fact is that with my constituents, they need the same things that every neighborhood needs. They want good jobs with a living wage. They need a safe home they can afford, and they need affordable housing with good access to public transportation. What they don't need is a shady loan with sky-high interest rates they can't pay back. And they certainly don't need a brand new luxury condo complex next to the train that they could never afford. So when we talk about access, I want to be specific about what it is we're trying to access. So a question for Ms. Bailey. The Illinois General Assembly passed a bill earlier this year to put a 36% interest cap on loans in my state. If the bill becomes law, my state will be the 18th state to do that. Last Congress, I introduced the Veterans and Consumers Fair Credit Act to create a 36% interest cap nationwide. I plan to reintroduce the bill soon. Ms. Bailey, do you think that working class communities like mine benefit from laws that prevent high interest loans?
Yes, they actually do. And communities really need to be protected from what we're calling predatory inclusion, where people are pulled into the system to get abusive loans that actually rob them of their hard-earned savings and wealth. So yes, and absolutely.
Great, thank you so much. Ms. Gonzalez Brito, in your testimony, you talked about how lenders aggressively pursue clients who have trouble paying their loans, even suing them in the middle of the pandemic. What do you hope to see from the Biden administration regulators to protect clients, and what can Congress do to fix it?
Thank you so much for this question, Representative. We are seeing, and especially, we need to think about when we talk about providing credit and capital in our communities, that it's good capital, and that we're not seeing predatory practices, especially both on the loan itself and then on the debt collection side. And when we're seeing, I want to give a specific example, Opportune makes loans to Latino and Latino immigrant communities in specific, and they pride themselves on that. And they're what we found was that they are actually in Texas, in Florida, and in California with high populations of Latinos, like my family, like your family, Congressman. And neighbors, what they're doing then on the back end is suing in order to collect the loans in small claims court, where a borrower can't even take an attorney, a legal aid attorney, to help defend them. And they are suing. ProPublica published an article where in Texas there were 47,000 lawsuits filed. Similarly, in California, tens of thousands of lawsuits filed, many of these during the pandemic. And so people were being dragged into court in order to, at a time when they were losing their jobs,
And so what we need to really focus on is who are these lenders? How is Opportune getting away with this and calling themselves a responsible lender? The CFPB is currently investigating them, and we really want to commend the Biden administration for their strong stance on debt collection through the CFPB, and we wanted to continue to see these types of actions against predatory lenders.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez Brito. Just forewarn you, I'm going to be following up with you offline
Wonderful.
to compare notes on many of these community development issues. Thank you so much.
I look
And
forward to
thank
it.
you to all the witnesses. Gracias.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this critical hearing. It's a member of the Subcommittee of Diversity and Inclusion. I know how important this topic is, and I think it's great that we're doing it at the full committee level so that we can all benefit from all the great information. I wanted to start with Ms. Gonzalez Brito. You told Representative Tlaib that a banker told you directly that they can't make money from the Hispanic community, and that is why our community isn't served. The only thing shocking about this is not that the banker would say it, but that he would say it out loud and not just the hush hush. Because you know how it is. We know there's discrimination. It's just more quiet and more subtle, right?
That's right.
So obviously increasing the diversity of the financial sector, the Fed, the home loan banks, the corporate boardrooms, all of it, helps reduce that type of thinking and fosters more openness and more tolerance and more working together as neighbors. But what else can we do? Because we just can't wait for bankers to start changing their tune. We can't, give them a B12 shot. We can't give them more vitamins. I mean, what do we do to change the way they handle business?
Well, I think there's something, first of all, I do want to say representation matters. It absolutely matters. But representation alone is not going to solve the problem. That, anti-Blackness, white supremacy, all of this is held up by policies, practices, and ideology, right? And so we need to be able to really take that on head on and be able to start to dismantle that through policies, practices, and ideology. And so we need to be able to, through your work in the committee, through your work in Congress, policies matter, and really innovative policies that are going to be able to move the needle. Enforcement, so policies with enforcement, canceling student debt, that does matter. I bought a home, but I bought a home. I'm 47 years old. I'm not afraid to say that. I'm proud of my years. But I wasn't able to buy a home till 2 years ago. And I took on a lot of debt to do it. And I don't know if I'll be able to retire and still pay my mortgage, right?
We hope we can, and we hope
I hope I can
help you
too.
get there.
But that's the reality of our communities, right? And so, yeah.
Just because I've only got about 2 more minutes left, you mentioned something that caught my ear in your testimony. You talked about an equity racial audit that all banks should go through and all lending institutions. What exactly you're talking about? And if you could be brief, because I have one more question and I want to ask Mr.
Sorry, I
Yang.
talk a lot. Yes, but this is actually Color of Change. Our friends at SEIU, ACRE are working on this project or on this idea that banks should be monitored, and this should actually be enforced. It can be a part of CRA. Are banks, are they discriminating? Are they hiring their diversity practices? We should look at whether they're actually financing white supremacists. Are they working with white supremacist organizations? So there's a whole host of areas that we can evaluate banks. And we actually, after January 6th, began to think about sedition audits as well. And so this is a way that we can evaluate banks and their business practices, but really, how are they serving and lending and investing to Black, Indigenous, and people of color?
Right, well, like my compadre, Representative Garcia of Illinois, I may follow up with you on some of these questions.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mr. Yang, I wanted to ask you quickly, you said in your written testimony, you talk about the limited English proficiency barriers, the language barriers, the lack of information in the language of the person seeking the loan or seeking access. What more can we do to help that? That's been a big concern of mine with regard to Spanish-speaking communities.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for that question. It's including language, whether it's in a report or in bill text, that includes an allocation of funding for translations, an allocation of funding to be directed to the community to get out the word, whether it's ethnic media or the like, to ensure that people understand, people have the materials that they need to understand, whether it's PPP or other, vaccine rollout, all of these pieces to make sure that we're not leaving limited English proficient communities behind in the relief efforts, in these health and safety efforts.
Well, thank you. And I see I've got 1 second. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you so very much. The gentleman from Georgia, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Williams, you're now on. She's not there, not on. Okay, if she's not on the platform, I'm going to go to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to all for testifying today as part of this committee's ongoing effort to close the wealth gap in this country, both across lines of income and across lines of race. Housing prices are a critical issue in my district. In the northern part of my district, median home prices are above $1 million. In the southern part of my district, they are a fifth of that. And while there is incredibly important work to do at the local, state, and federal level to liberalize zoning laws that allow for more housing construction, as well as provide for the public financing of Section 8 and publicly owned housing, I think we also need to address the fact that the housing industry has not become more efficient in the production of housing over the last 70 years. Unlike other industries, whether aerospace or agronomy, that have seen dramatic increases due to R&D in the cost per unit of production, housing has stayed relatively stagnant. Each housing development is done as a snowflake project where services are contracted for and rendered on that site as part of a bespoke process. And there's really no incentive nor any investment in R&D because of that. Fortunately, that does seem to be changing. I know of at least 2 companies operating on the West Coast that are implementing vertically integrated production of housing and are seeing results. They're seeing cost per key production of a fifth of what the going rate currently has been. And so I want to direct this question to Ms. Bailey, but others should feel welcome to jump in briefly. What can the federal and state governments do to create the incentives for innovation in lowering the cost per key for high quality, sustainable housing production in the private sector?
Thank you for the question. So I think you're absolutely right that we're struggling with creating additional affordable housing stock. So there is some legislation that's being sponsored to really foster and push forward increased efforts around affordable housing stock. So that's one of the key things that we need to do. We also need to do more to spur access to small balance mortgage loans, because that's something that we are not seeing. And we're seeing have a real negative impact on the marketplace overall. When you look at whole cities like Detroit, for instance, those cities are credit starved. It's not just individual neighborhoods, it's an entire city, and in some instances, parts of entire regions that are credit starved and struggling to get the kind of access to the kind of credit that they need. And then once again, this is where those special purpose loan credit programs factor in. Those loans can be designed to really help those underserved borrowers actually get into communities. Another thing that we could see is that our GSEs are woefully underperforming on their affordable housing goals and their affordable housing goal requirements. So we could see the FHFA really increase those goals and pay particular attention to those goals to really help stress for them the need for the kind of innovative products that you talked about earlier, and really facilitate for them the creation and the space for those innovation products to be adopted. Things like shared equity appreciation mortgages and other very innovative things that are designed with the community in mind, but not designed with exploitation at the center and at the root. Practices that are going to comply with our fair lending laws and comply with our consumer protection laws, and really help bring in those communities that have been long denied access and opportunity.
I appreciate those comments, and I absolutely hear you about the need for better access to credit, especially for would-be homeowners. There's also, there's a tremendous amount of capital that wants to go to work in the private sector to build housing. I think the housing market is not working, and yet the housing industry is in some ways flourishing, and that disjunction is deeply concerning to me because the housing industry is not investing in the R&D that would make the housing market work better. And I wonder if there are criteria that need to be put in to any federal or state funding for new housing developments that require certain efficiencies to be gained over time, or that the cost per key is declining over time. And if you've seen that yet in any nonprofits that are working with housing developers.
I think we have to be honest about what's going on in the housing sector. We actually see a real constriction around the quality of credit and who can get access to loans. That's part of the fundamental issue here. We see that the industry itself has really stepped away from home ownership, that most of the lenders in the marketplace today are not even our nation's largest banks. So we need to do more to really encourage them to step back in and to consider some of those opportunities that they need to be taken advantage of. So I think those are the places that we would start to just really get lenders into making mortgages. And then the Federal Reserve is investing about $40 billion in mortgage-backed securities during this time. So we need to see some rate refinances for low-wealth consumers.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for joining us today. Financial services unlock prosperity, but not everyone has the same key. People of color continue to have a harder time obtaining fair housing, getting the capital needed to start a business, and accessing banking and investment services. Our discussion today is an important step toward unlocking these benefits for everyone. Ms. Gonzalez-Brito, I'd like to start with
Raise a question.
Did I lose sound?
Did the gentlewoman raise a question? Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams? Ms. Williams?
Hello.
Are you there, Ms. Williams? Hello, can you hear us?
Here. Yes.
Okay, very good. We're going to roll the clock back so you have your correct amount of time. Can we roll the clock back? If not, we'll move forward and just let it go over. Please proceed. Oh, there you are. Go right ahead. Ms. Williams, can you hear me? She can't. What's the problem? Can you hear me, Ms. Williams? No. So what do we do? You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, please, we're going to roll the clock back one more time so you'll have all of your time. Please roll the clock back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Now, please start now.
Thank
Please go right ahead.
In your testimony, one of your recommendations was strengthening protections against evictions during COVID-19. What can HUD do to leverage the Fair Housing Act to stop the epidemic of evictions of people of color?
I think there needs to be one, in terms of HUD, I'll give it 1 second, but in terms of the CDC, the moratorium needs to be strengthened. There's continues to be evictions despite the moratorium, and so that's one thing that needs to happen. In terms of HUD, I think there's too many loopholes, and there needs to be continued enforcement of evictions and eviction protections.
So to follow on that for Ms. Gonzalez Brito, what would it mean for tenants to have a go-to in the federal government to report any illegal or predatory housing practices, including violations of the eviction moratorium? If more specific staff and resources were dedicated to enforcing tenant protections and investigating for racial justice in housing.
Yeah. Actually, I'd like to add one more thing to what HUD can do, if I may. We need more, HUD housing counseling and resources for that. We heard earlier from Mr. Robinson about resources being one of the solutions. So we need HUD counseling services for tenants and legal services as well. We need more money for legal services, legal aid, so that people have lawyers with them when they have to go into court. And then if fair housing counselors can investigate discrimination that in communities themselves, it's another way in which tenants can be protected. If we have these kinds of resources, what that means is that people actually can defend themselves and potentially actually stay in their homes. We're in the middle of a pandemic, it's stay-at-home orders, and people, when they hear stay at home and they're facing housing insecurity, that not only impacts, their ability to be safe in the middle of a pandemic, but it impacts mental health. It impacts children. If we're talking about education and education being a pathway, we're talking about kids who may not even have a place if they have to learn from home. They might not have a home to learn from, on top of the mental health anguish and anxiety that comes from having housing insecurity.
Thank you. Fair housing, as we know, is critical to unlocking prosperity for people of color, but we also must ensure fairness in how people of color can generate wealth in their work. Ms. Gonzalez Brito, in your testimony, you recommended that we do more to facilitate small business ownership by people of color, and you cited access to capital as a barrier that they face. Would it help if there are staff and resources within the federal government dedicated specifically to coordinating programs that help underserved entrepreneurs access capital?
Absolutely. I think access to capital is one of the, if not the greatest barrier to small businesses owned by Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And on this, I would say that, banks are not providing the capital. They're not making the loans under, $100,000 that many of our small businesses need. And often this is an area where it's a fair lending issue. And so we need the data to be able to really understand what banks are doing. And so we need the CFPB to staff up on this issue. We need the enforcement arms to be able to really look at the data and then see where there's discrimination happening. And as Ms. Bailey said earlier, the special credit programs can actually help solve this issue. So we need resources in that way as well, so we can target lending to communities that have been historically denied these opportunities. That's Black and Latinx communities, Asian American communities. And we need to, I just want to underline what Mr. Yang said earlier around disaggregating that data. Are banks lending to Cambodian communities? Are they lending to Hmong communities? We don't know that unless we have that data and it's disaggregated, and we urge Congress to urge the CFPB to disaggregate that data and make it public so that we know, and then we can be active in enforcing the discrimination as well, and coming to Congress and coming to the enforcement agencies to ask for help.
Thank you so much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Have all members been heard? If so, before closing, I have a number of statements to enter into the record. Without objection, the statements from the following organizations will be made part of the record: the Americans for Financial Reform, the Appraisal Institute, the California Association of Realtors, the Financial Services Forum, Liberation in a Generation, the National Bankers Association, the National Council of Asian Pacific Americans, Prosperity Now, the Real Estate Valuation Advocacy Association, and Reverend Al Sharpton. Without objection, it is so ordered. I'd like to take this moment to thank all of our very distinguished witnesses for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. With that, thank you so much, and this hearing is adjourned.